Do this. Issue. All right, check. Just want to make sure everybody in Facebook land can hear us. Check.
All right. Yeah, you're good now.
Yeah,
when you did that, I could hear us on the Facebook.
All right, welcome back. We are getting ready for our second match here in the pro doubles at the 2021 New York Bull Shooter Regional.
Yeah, cruising right along. We're already into the top 8 of the winner's side in the pro doubles. We've got the team that we just saw conclude the first match on the stream of Dustin Holt and Ian Hansen, taking on a blended American and Canadian team of Brian Mcconnell and Jason Barlow. Brian here at the board.
Be interesting to see the dynamics here. Are you familiar with Jay playing partners?
I don't know that these two have ever played together, to be honest. I'm sure they're pretty familiar with each other. Brian's from the area and one of the top shots. And Jay naturally being in Ontario, Niagara being the closest American point for him. Format for the pro doubles is double in, double out with a 50-point bull. So there you see Jay open with a 138, utilizing the double 19. Not the most popular of double ins, but works nonetheless.
Yeah, and we just saw this Holt Hansen team in action in our first stream match, and got away with one in the 01 as Jason had his partner Doug frozen.
Yeah, if you're just tuning in for the first time to one of our streams, you will become very familiar with what we call the freeze rule. So essentially in a doubles game, you are not able to finish the game if your partner's score is more than the sum total of your two opponents. Jay remaining perfect through 6. Gotta admit, Jay seems a little G'd up for this. He's got a quicker pace than I'm used to seeing too.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if that fervor sticks around.
Brian, the high man on the board right now. That'll certainly help the calls. See if Ian can reply.
Pretty big shot right here. Only finds a single bull.
So early doors looking like Jay and Brian, the favorites in leg number 1.
Yeah, against the darts, which again you'll hear us talk about. Not that big of a deal in the format that we're playing today, since it is loser starts until that third leg. But certainly something you want to you don't want to lose a bunch of legs if you're going first. And that shot right there eases everybody's nerves on the Hansen Holt team.
Well, it makes this shot by Ian all the more important. While not able to freeze, given the way that he went, he would have needed 2 triples to freeze. So Jay can take out the 105. But what he did was assure that if Jay doesn't take it out, as he's looking at double 19, that Dustin will get a look at the 53. So kind of a catch-22 there for Ian of how he wanted to shoot that shot. Did he want to go for the freeze or kind of hope for his opponent to miss? And he gambled correctly, and his partner does the job. So good strategy there by Ian and Dustin as they take leg number 1.
Brian already off and running.
Yeah, I would say 2 darts is probably the maximum any of these guys will want to take to get in, given the size of these doubles and then the amount of points you lose with every dart not thrown at the bullseye. I think you can allow yourself to have one miss on that outer ring, and then after that you need to be coming in, or you're putting yourself in a big bind.
Jay sticking with the double 19.
Ian in straight away. But unable to hit a bullseye, so he's top of the shop right now.
To the head there from Brian after some really good bullseye shooting in the first leg, at least for the first half of the leg. It's gone downhill a bit. See the low ton from Dustin.
Jay only able to follow with a low ton. So Ian with an opportunity to get himself back into this leg.
Brian straightening it out a little bit, finding the low ton. It's still early for these players. Expect as the day progresses, obviously these players will begin to find the center a little bit more regular. We see Dustin finding the hat trick. To be completely honest, not a lot of opportunities for these pros. This pro bracket this morning. Definitely limited as far as the numbers of teams.
Brian here going to need to give himself a good shot. Does manage a low ton. 150 remaining for Dustin. See how he elects to go for this. Should be bullseye for triple 20. For the double 20. Oh, but he misses the triple. Goes back at the bull to leave double 15. Assuming he gets another chance.
Yeah,
Jay
he
looks
felt
at
good about that
160.
treble 20 when it left his hand.
Jay wisely moves back down to the bullseye instead of throwing for a triple to leave a double. Trying to play for that freeze.
So we're going to see a little strategery here.
Yeah, Team Super Darts is going to talk about it. So what I imagine they're saying is do you go for the 150 to leave 67, and you're probably still going to be frozen even if Brian does miss the out? Or do you go for triples? It's a more risky shot, but you guarantee that you don't freeze. But we saw this same strategy last time where Ian elected to kind of bank on his opponent to miss rather than him to hit. So another bullseye will freeze, and that's exactly it.
There it is.
So really, any miss there from Brian, as long as he was able to follow with 2 bulls, and he was going to be good. So Dustin will try to bring it down. Looks like he's wanting to leave 4. Probably should have just threw a big fat 20 there on the end. But probably all for nothing. As Jay looks at 45. Interesting, going 9 for double 18. Well, and he leaves 9. So Ian now can actually rescue the leg.
Yeah, for a 2-0 victory.
67 required. Should be 51. Well, no, he goes triple 19, leave double 5. But it doesn't matter if it ends on 0.
Oh, I apologize. This is out of 5.
Yeah,
So
I think with the size of the bracket, they've done 3 out of 5 here this morning.
So we'll see Brian starting this again. And now the all-important 2-0 lead guarantees Super Darts that they're going to get a start at least 2 legs to win this before they court for a decider. Very strong position in this format.
Dustin continuing to apply pressure, opened up perfect. We'll see if that relaxes Ian. Yeah, starting to find a groove here. Probably should be said that this is Brian and Jay's first match. They had a bye in round number 1, whereas Dustin and Ian did get a warm-up match.
Jay finding that bullseye. Only with the 3rd dart.
Brian really needs a big shot here. He's probably going to have to steal this leg from Dustin. Oh, just barely missing with that 3rd. Does leave a finish. But Dustin hasn't missed a dart yet in this leg.
Yeah, piling on the pressure here in what could be the deciding leg.
And a big 157 there. I believe 62. Really a lot of pressure on Jay now to make sure that Brian even gets a shot at the out. Oh, that's about as good as he could have done. Forcing Ian to have to follow.
And he does. So,
Great job,
156.
Yeah, more than anything, what that did was guarantee that Brian cannot freeze Dustin. Brian's not even going to go at the out. Yeah, I think he's realizing it. That's silly. Yep.
He did. I even thought that Jay and him had a little conversation about that.
Yeah, I'm not sure. That kind of baffles me. I'm surprised Jay even let that happen. So there it is. Dustin taking out 62. A clean leg there from Dustin. Never missing a dart. So your winners in this one, Team Super Darts, Dustin Holt and Ian Hansen, 2 under the belt into the top 4 of the winner's side. Unfortunately for Team American and Canadian, they're going to have to move to the loser's side. And we will step away for just a second. Be right back as soon as we have another match.
All right, Facebook land. Welcome back to the 2021 Bull Shooter New York Regional, where we have another pro 501 double in, double out match for you. Joined by DJ Sayer.
Yep. So we got Team Dead Center Darts of Isaac Robinson and Justin Burdett taking on Off Our Game of Alex Brandt and Jeremy Connell. One of the Connell brothers.
So off our game, is that tactics?
You try to lull him in, then give him the old 1-2.
Yeah.
I like it.
They're like, let's tell everyone we're off our game.
You played online poker, so there was a pretty well-known online poker guy, Tom Dewan, and his screen name was Durr, Durr, and he always said he wanted you to think that he was dumb.
That man is also extremely lucky.
He's super aggressive, and when you are, you're bound to be lucky. Eventually, luck will win out if you're in every pot. You will get lucky sometimes. But anyways, back to the darts. So Justin now coming to the board.
Justin had that elbow way out to the side when he's throwing. I think that's one of the reasons he's got one of those little snappy follow throughs.
Yeah, it just adds a variable, right?
Yep.
It's harder to stay that vertical plane if your elbow's off of it. Like Isaac here, I mean, he starts with it, but if you look, his elbow corrects itself on the drawback. Before he goes forward, that forearm kind of becomes a complete 180 vertical.
Yeah, he almost tucks it in as he draws the dart back.
Yep.
So no bull turn there. Brings Justin back up in the 3-hole.
Justin only able to hit one bull there. So Jeremy now with an opportunity to leave himself an out. And honestly, he may have to if they're going to get a chance to win this leg. Because it's fairly likely that he's going to be frozen coming back.
Again, this is out of goal finish. Good shot there from Isaac. Trying to leave 4.
Yeah, 4 in a freeze rule game tends to be the optimal leave because it is low but still splits at least once. Alex there with a couple of bulls coming to life. But no matter what, Jeremy will be frozen. So Justin going to look to just bring it down and hope that his partner takes out the 44. And he does just that, putting in a 115. So these darts irrelevant for Jeremy. Well, and he puts in a 148 to leave 2. So
Double
4
top.
for tops. And there it is. 2 darts, nice and clean. Isaac Robinson takes leg number 1. So Alex Brandt to start us out in leg number 2. And once again, struggling to get in, takes all 3. The double in's so important in this format. The bullseye is just so big and counts for 50 points that all of those darts you waste not getting in, you're losing points.
Yeah, I think you said earlier you don't want to take many more than 2 darts.
I mean, you'll get away with it occasionally, but it's very rare. Great shot there by Jeremy. Coming in with a 132.
No.
Justin with a happy accident, hitting the double 5, going double 20. You do not have to call your shot, just have to hit a double.
Nice low ton there from Isaac. Oh, and a wild one there at the end for Justin.
Yeah, you can tell that he didn't like it as soon as he let it go. He kind of jumped. One of those ones where you try to grab it back in midair. Good hat trick there from Alex. Isaac falls with a solid low tune. Jeremy now looking at 254. Given the 100-point lead over Justin, really just needs to bring it down. A lot of times in these freeze rule scenarios, it does become a bit of a 2-way singles match where player 1 on each team is kind of battling, and then player 2 on each team is kind of battling. You know, a lot of players will tell you when they're the second player on a freeze rule team, or a team with freeze rule in play, their really only goal is not freeze. So as long as you stay ahead of your opponent, you never have to worry about it. Another solid shot there from Alex, leaving 90. So it's looking like this match is going to be tied up at 1 leg apiece. Isaac going to try to throw a Hail Mary here. Well, he hit 2 triple 20s. A little surprised he switched. Jeremy looking at 137. Now double 16. Oh, great look there from Jeremy. Not a whole lot Justin can do here. This one's so far gone. Does manage to find a bull with the third. All cosmetic, though, as Alex steps up looking at 90. Now 74. 54 for double 10. Just a bit outside. Jeremy Mcconnell averaging just south of 40 points per dart. Looking at 32. Now double 8. Now double 4. Well, and here's where these legs can get tricky. Start missing these doubles. It may not cost you in this one, but it does start to plant that seed of doubt in future legs. Double 2 now for Alex. And there it is. So we are all knotted up at one leg apiece. Solid in there from Isaac. Alex in straight away this time. Looking up at the triple 20. Not sure I agree with the logic there. Dustin in straight away. So players starting to get a bit more comfortable with their ends.
Thought we were going to have a commentator's curse.
I mean, it's bound to happen. And honestly, I'd call that one because I'm pretty sure Jeremy's open with a 132 both first two legs. Yeah, Justin coming to life now. Oh, just kicks out on the third dart for a 104. Isaac slapping in at 150 to leave 150, cutting his score in half. Looking like his leg to lose.
Yeah, exactly what you want to do from that one hole. Justin now just wants to stay straight. Well, I thought he was going to do even more than that. Maybe also be on an out.
So Isaac now looking at 150. Bull for triple 20. Misses it. Now 80. Gonna debate how he wants to go with this. Elects to go for the 48 to leave 32. Not a bad strategy given the opponent's scores there. I think a lot of times you'll see players just stick with the bull, leave the double 15, but obviously double 15 not the most optimal of double.
Yeah, I think he feels like he's got a little bit of time. Get to the out that he wants to.
Dustin staying steady with 2 bulls a turn.
Alex finding his range for the high ton. Nice 160 from him. Probably in vain though. Double 8 straight away.
So a 2-1 lead for dead center darts. And Alex Brandt will lead us off. Oh, and he's unable to find the double. So now it's essentially like the other team is going first. Unless you pass it right back to him.
So Alex going to have his shot at opening this leg.
So 9 darts into the leg, and we finally have 1 player in. See if Justin can punish everybody here. And he does, straight away. No fault with a couple bulls. And he'll be sitting pretty.
Oh, falls into that one with the third.
This is a must-win leg for Jeremy and Alex. Jeremy really needing to start hitting the bull. And he does recover nicely there with 2 of them.
Dead center would love it if they could just finish it right here. They're going to need more than 1 bull a turn.
Yeah, it's still anyone's ball game here.
Appreciate everyone joining us in Facebook land for this 2021 Bull Shooter Regional. New York stop, where we're at this weekend.
Up by the falls.
Always a popular meld of both Canadians and Americans.
When having been to this stop twice, this is a really neat one to go to. I would honestly recommend this one. Is as one of the best ones just because there's so much to do outside of the venue. You can get in a day early, leave a day late, make a good trip out of it. I know one year I took my wife. I think she spent the entire time in the spa.
Now that's a good dart weekend.
I think that's just a good weekend.
And we see the low ton there.
Oh, Isaac just snatched in the third, unable to leave a finish. Jeremy looking up. Had a great opportunity to just put in a hat trick there and really take control of this leg. Surprised he gambled on the triple. Does manage to be the first to a finish.
Maybe a little over analysis of the spot they're in there. Justin's not going to find the second bull to get down to an out. So lap riding here. Does find the two bullseyes. So Isaac now no out, no freeze opportunity. Wants to put in big numbers, and I don't think that first one was.
I think that was my score ends in a 9, so I throw it to 19.
Another bull for 32.
Great shot.
Excellent finish.
We've seen a couple of 132 ends from Jeremy, and there we see a 132 finish to tie us up at 2 legs apiece. Force us into a decider, so we will have a cork. Looks like Isaac's going to show. So closest to the center hole in the bullseye will have the right to go first. Looks to be just outside to the right. And Jeremy takes it.
I think he just glanced off of Isaac's dart to do it, too.
Yeah, kind of used it as a little bit of a buffer. So he earns the right for his partner Alex to start us out. And he comes in straight away, no messing about this time. Alex continuing to play at the triple 20 with his second dart. I'd be curious to know why he elects to do that.
Because my man goes hard. Isaac trying to catch that to be allowed to throw it again. That is not a rule, by the way. Just a poor joke. And after being up 2-1, dead center darts is in some serious trouble now.
Yeah, it's why you can't let your opponents hang around.
So Justin going to need to do something real special here.
Well, Justin once again getting in on his first dart. He's honestly had no trouble getting in this entire match. Opens with a 140.
You see the shake of the finger and nod of approval there from Isaac. Two poor darts here, followed by a third.
Well, and that's
In that
just what
bullseye.
dead center darts needs if they're going to win this match. They're also going to need to start hitting. Mainly Isaac. He's 0 for 6 on getting in.
And really, it has to be said, up until now, pretty steady shot.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know that any one of the floor has been off per se. There's certainly been slack turns, but yeah, I think all 4 have been competitive to this point. But yeah, to go 6 starts without getting in, you just wonder if the losing of the cork got to him, or the pressure of the 5th leg, or what it was.
The puff of the cheeks here. I must be doing something for him as he finds the first 2. I have a feeling we're going to see Isaac go away from that double top, but I am wrong, and he is in.
Follows it with a triple. So Jeremy's just going to look to stay straight, bring it down.
Yeah, dead center darts really just need some help at this point. I mean, in addition to hitting themselves, this match is really in the other team's hands at this point.
Dustin doing his part, putting in a hat trick. I believe at 140. Unfortunately, he's probably not going to get a look at it. Especially now.
So the freeze already assured, so the 140 will not be able to go. So Jeremy just going to bring this down again. Another 40 is 32. And off our games, tactics with the name. Looking like it may bring them home here in their first round match. Dustin would have got a whack at it. Odd bounce out there, not counting as anything. So first shot here for the match. Again, no worries. Sets up the 32. And we haven't talked about this, but coming back from being frozen is really tough. It's almost inevitably the person who did the freezing, so in this case Isaac, that has to rescue the leg. You see, nice 180 there.
Yeah, I mean, that's about all he could ask for in that moment. He's obviously going to need the other team to miss twice, but he at least puts himself in with a shout. And you see, I mean, it made Jeremy actually take his time. We'll see if that ends up being good or bad. Double 8 now. And there it is. So Jeremy Mcconnell unfazed by the 180. Off our game. Taking
on to the next round.
3-2 victory. And that should push them into the top 4 of the winner's side. So we will have another match very shortly. In the meantime, please like and share. That way all of your friends can join in on the exciting darting action we got coming to you from Niagara Falls, New York. And we will be right back. All right, we're back. Coming to you from Niagara Falls, New York. We've got another pro doubles 501 match. Looks like we've got Smokey and the Bandit of Cassidy Knight and Dave Brewster taking on the team of Fat Kyle of Chris Maloney and Mark McFadden. And this should be a loser's bracket match.
See Mark there, unable to get in.
So, chat, we need your assistance. We don't know which one is Cassidy or Dave. So please help us out. If you will, just tell us which one of the gentlemen is wearing which shirt or something along those lines.
Chat's saying Cam.
What is it?
Maybe that's for Cameron?
Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry. Cam Maloney. And Cassidy's in the bullshitter jersey. All right. Greatly appreciate your guys' help. So this is Cassidy throwing now. I do apologize to Cam.
Mark, after a blank first turn, off and running with a perfect start for the chosen double.
So this is Dave here. He manages to find a low ton. Cassidy only able to hit 67. So opportunity for Mark. Jump back in this leg with a big shot. Only able to hit 88. Still anyone's ball game here. Dave eyes up 352.
Oh, and only a single bull for his turn as well. So Chris doing the job of the first, the one hole. Leading the pack here.
Start strong and race to the finish before anyone has time to catch you.
Cassidy with a complete slack turn there. Was going to be able to pressurize a little bit, but now in Mark's hands. No freeze opportunity, so that 118 is gonna get shot at.
Yeah, for Dave now, it's just a matter of bringing it down and hope that he gets a look. And he does just that. Puts in a hat trick, leave 119. So can Cam take out 118? Not now. Just barely missing the bullseye into the one. Oh, and he's unable to recover. Only scoring 19 for the round. So window open now. Cassidy looking to put in a big shot as well. Puts in a 101. Honestly, pressurizing the shot of Mark. Mark really needs to bring it down or runs the risk of freezing Cam. Well, two bulls might do the trick, but Dave gets a look at 119. As long as he can leave less than 35, even if he doesn't take it out, he guarantees his partner a look at the 103. Again, the freeze roll. You are not able to finish the game if your partner's score is more than the sum total of your two opponents. Oh, and he just kicks out with the third. One more bullseye would have put the freeze on there, but instead Cam gets a look at the 99 for a reprieve. That 10 for a double 16. Oh, I think he thought he had it. Cassidy, I'll look at 103. Gonna think about how to go at this. I think it all starts with a bull. Really pick your poison here. You want to go for a big triple or a bullseye? Oh, and he goes for a big triple, the biggest of them all, finding a triple 20. And then a 19 to leave double 12. I think he was going at the 3. That's a happy accident for sure. Double 12 now to take leg number 1.
Yeah, not his chosen double, but he did get there. Unable to find it.
138 for Mark. Mark, unfortunately, only able to hit one bullseye. Dave, no pressure here on the 52. At 20 for double 16. There it is. Cassidy and Dave take leg number 1.
They'll set up the board so Fat Kyle can get us started. Chris off and running with that second card.
Cassidy in straight away, nice and smooth. Cassidy's got a good looking stroke. Opening with a solid 110 there.
And not to be rushed. He takes his time, gets set, and fires. So Mark, who struggled last leg, not getting away at his first turn, he's able to do that here. So already brighter signs for Team Fat Kyle.
Yeah, he's going to come in straight away as well. Cassidy lining up, looking at 391. Oh, but he's only able to put in one ball, so 58 scored for the round.
Mark able to find that low ton. So Dave just off and an overcorrection there on the third dart. Unable to find a bullseye on that turn.
Cam now looking at 408. Really needs to get going.
Yeah, I said it before, but Chris in a great position in that last leg for starting out, and fell apart. So we'll see. We'll see if he can't get his feet underneath him and put one on the board here for Fat Kyle in the second leg. Cassidy going to do everything he can to not let that happen.
Mark looks to be heating up now. After the low ton last turn, finds a hat trick this time. The crowd gives him some big congratulations there in the back. Here comes Cam. He is able to find a low ton. 114 scored. Gets himself back in the mix. But Cassidy looks to be the favorite of the leg right now. Looking at 183 and at the board.
Oh, and after a good start, just two wayward ones after. So Mark, slow to start so far, but did hit a hat trick the last time at the board. Looking for the low ton. Doesn't get the low ton, but does leave a finish.
See what Dave's got this time around. Starting to fall behind, but this will do wonders. Ooh, and he snatches the third. So the 108 scored there for Dave Brewster.
This 112 is live.
Cassidy electing not to go with the bullseye. Gonna set up double top. His in double. Double 20 for the leg. Oh, and he banks it off the number 20.
This would be a top-notch finish.
Mark was looking to get that leg over with. Shooting at the 160.
Dave's got to do some work here. Keep his team in it.
Yeah, unfortunately now, it's very likely that even if Cam doesn't take out the 119, Cassidy will be frozen. Cam needs to make sure he doesn't bust. Double six. Well, job done there. You see both he and Mark kind of shrug their shoulders as if to say that's okay.
Yeah, job done. Kinda.
Cassidy's just going to push off. I mean, I get that he likes double 20, but the risk now is his partner may not get a look at the 138. Not the smartest of decisions. So Mark doesn't have to take this out. He just has to get below 34 to make sure that Dave doesn't get a look at the 138. In all honesty, Cassidy should have brought that down to say 2 or 4 and made sure that his opponent or his partner got a look just in case. That's where the freeze rule can really come into play. You got to know what you're dealing with. So Dave now is frozen.
Oh my.
Yep. So he would have got a look at the double 9. Instead, I mean, now here I can see him pushing off just because it's impossible for them to freeze on an 18.
And that's what we see him do.
Make sure you don't bust that, and if they miss the 6, then Cassidy gets a look. But that didn't happen, so we're all knotted up at one leg apiece.
And we'll see here. I'm assuming the loser is still 3 out of 5. Yep, we're firing right back up here. Oh.
Actually, no, it is 2 out of 3. So we will get a court to see who starts this decider.
I don't know what I want Chris to wait one more second before he throws his first dart.
You mean Cam?
Cam. Ooh, I think he got edged there from Cassidy. Yeah, Cam stands up there tall, turns around, throws a dart.
It's rapid fire, that's for sure.
So Cassidy with a little bit of a strategic error there in the tail end of that last leg. See if he can put it out of his mind, and he does quite easily. He finds that double 20 straight away. It's up to Dave and Mark now. Dave does his job. Off and running on his first dart.
Yeah, first round, everyone just kind of jockeying for position, getting into the leg.
Mark is able to get in. So everybody off and running on those bullseyes now.
Solid 110 there from Cassidy. Taking the lead. I will say, when they throw fast and go in, it does look better, though.
No, it absolutely does. If you can make it look like you're throwing with both hands, that is a pretty $1.50.
Dave only able to hit one. But Mark, the high man right now, probably going to need at least two, probably three.
He's hoping one of the options you would have said was one.
Ooh,
Oh, and again
Cassidy,
after,
unlucky there.
yeah, good first dart and just not able to follow it. And a single bull turn there from Dave. So Mark does have the ability for a reprieve here. And he's going to do a pretty good job of it, at least with the first two.
So the chat did inform us that that Maloney's name is Chris, but his nickname is Cam. I'm assuming that's probably initials. So yeah, I feel a lot better now that we were right all along. Appreciate you, chat, for keeping us straight. Cassidy putting in a low ton. Cam, the first one to a finish. Oh wait, sorry, 161 not a finish in this format because you cannot finish on a bullseye. It has to be an outer ring double only. So 160, the highest finish possible.
Dave again with only a single bull turn. Still pressure on Mark to bring that score down.
Great shot there by Mark.
Big hat trick.
And enough to freeze. So Cassidy now not able to take out the 144. Again, the freeze roll. So because Cassidy's partner has 197 and both Mark and Cam total score is 181, Cassidy cannot take it out. This time he's going to bring it down. Cam's going to get a look at 42. And for double 16. Dave really needs a hat trick here. Gotta feel anything less. And it's probably going the way of Mark and Cam.
Now, was there any advantage to a $1.80 right there?
Yes. If you hit it, I mean, if you would have hit the 180, he'd have left 17 and guaranteed that his partners are not frozen coming back. But I think the risk reward probably not there. As you see, Mark leaves 58. I personally would have played the odds of hit a hat trick and hope that I get a look.
And we'll
But
see if
yes,
Cassidy
a
learned his
180.
lessons from the last time.
Yeah, he's clearly going to set it up this time. Really should probably just leave two. Well, and he trips the 15 there instead of the single. Cam now, double 8. And there it is. The big roar. So your winners in this one, Mark and Cam. They move on in the losers side of the bracket. Unfortunately for Cassidy and Dave, they are eliminated. Cam wasted no time. He gone.
That's his MO, man. He gets up there and he throws them and then he leaves.
He's super fast.
Appreciate
All
everybody
right.
watching. Stick around. We'll have another match for you very soon. All right, we are back for action here at the Bull Shooter 2021 regional stop in New York, in the beautiful Niagara Falls area. We've got the worst pros ever, Joe Salin and Ryan Blakeney, taking on Doug Bohm and Jason Mckenzie. We bull out.
This is a loser side match, as we saw Doug and Jay lose in the very first match we streamed today. This is Doug here at the board. Doug gonna get in straight away. Doug, a very solid player.
Yeah, I don't know if they lost 3-1, 3-0 in that very first match. We weren't really able to follow. We had some internet connection issues, but I'm sure they would have liked another crack at that a little bit later in the day.
Well, it seemed to go very quick, so I would imagine that was a 3-0. Jet, we could use your assistance again. Please help us know which one is Joe Salin and which one is Ryan Blakeney.
Jason, I believe you're referring to me, and we're trying to figure out why I am so quiet. Because nothing in the settings shows that. So we'll keep working on it. I appreciate the feedback.
And because he can barely hear you, he didn't catch any of that.
Jason's like, someone just whispered, and I don't know what they said. Ryan is in the NWO shirts.
Okay. Thank you for that, Mr. Peach. Doug now at the board, looking to bring it down, set up the out. Does manage to find 2 to leave 137. So this is Ryan here in the New World Order shirt.
Ryan with a nice hat trick there.
Unfortunately, when we saw the first match, I was just getting ready to say it looked to be the case that Jay had froze Doug a couple of times, and we were trending in that direction there as well. But Jay coming up with a big hat trick to make sure that wasn't the case. So Joe now looking to bring her down. Only going to score 76 points. Doug looking at 137. Should be a bull for a triple 17. Misses into the 2. So he goes back at the bull. A little strategery we talked about. I think the strategy here should be hit as many bulls as you can. that's what Jay does. Ensures the freeze. So Joe not able to take it out with his partner sitting on 109. So he's going to leave 6. Don't often see 6 as the chosen leave. But it is low, and it is a double. So Doug now looking at 35. Goes 3 for double 16. Now double 8. There it is. So leg number 1 to the team of Doug and Jay. And it is loser starts. So Joe will kick us off in leg number 2. So both captains of the team finding a double with their second dart and a pull to follow.
Ryan in straight away. And back with further adjustments yet again to the microphone.
Joe putting in a big hat trick. Bringing his score down to 271. So an early lead here for Joe. Doug gonna try to stay on his heels. And Ryan put some distance between he and Jay.
Unable to find that third. Jay only with a 1 bull turn. So pressure really on Joe and Ryan here, as they did lose the first leg. So this could be a deciding leg if they're unable to win it. And Joe only going to find a single bull. So Doug finds another hat trick, and he's going to be the first to the out.
Looking promising. And there it is. You hear the animation. Well, Ryan really going to need to pick up his partner.
Oh, another single bull turn there from Jay. I think he would have been happy with it when that third dart left his hand. Seemed to rattle a bit low. the frustration
Doug
there
was
from
looking
Doug.
at the Doug does set up 32. But given that his partner's the highest score on the board, he knows he's going to need some help here. I think Doug went into that shot thinking he had to take out the 152. See if Jay can prove us wrong. Gotta feel that 2 bulls is enough to guarantee his partner a shot. He's not able to. So now, Jay's sitting at 240. Joe has a look at an out, 136. If he goes bull, he needs to make sure that he doesn't miss outside. And he'll guarantee the free. He has to get below 36. Very smart dart there by Joe. I don't know that he realized it based on his expression, but a wise shot nonetheless. So Doug is frozen.
See if Doug
wanna go
subscribes to the 4 idea, and he does.
And with these two players being this close, only 36 points separating them, talking about Ryan and Jay, it really comes down to, will one hit one more bullseye than the other? It could completely flip the turn. So like now, I mean, Jay exactly 150 points higher than Ryan. Well, it's not going to matter as he misses the first dart. So double 9 needed for Joe. Tie us up at 1 leg apiece. There it is. We're going to have a third game decider. Looks like Doug is going to show for the bull.
Yeah, and there I feel like the dart glanced off and went just wide. So Doug and Jason will get us started against the worst pros ever. Doug, no doubt, putting a little extra pressure on himself to really run down the board and take this out as quickly as possible. Not get in a situation where the freeze comes in.
Yeah, I don't know about you. I would imagine that Doug would take the approach of finishing 4 rounds. Anything beyond that, and I would say that he's probably looking at himself.
Yeah, in this format, I think that's fair. And if somehow he doesn't even get that opportunity, I can see where there's a different mindset. And there we see Ryan not able to get in, so maybe a little pressure off to let Jason settle in. No Doug is going to put in a couple of bullseyes a turn.
So Joe under a lot of pressure now as his partner's not even in. And if you're Jay and you're worried about freezing your partner, the recipe for not doing that is having your opponent not get in. So no pressure there for Jay. He still only manages to find one bull. But Ryan's still not able to find the double. Takes 6 darts to get in.
Doug again with the low ton. Jay and Doug have to be feeling pretty good about where they're sitting. Just need to make sure that they don't make any egregious mistakes here. A nice low ton there from Jay.
Ryan unfortunately struggling in this leg. Only manages to find 68 points. So Doug in prime position now to go out in 6 darts. Just going to look to bring it down and set it up.
Joe really in a very free position too, as there's not much pressure on him. We talked about it earlier. Really the only opportunity for the worst pros ever here to do this is if Ryan was somehow able to get down, and some misses from Ryan and Doug. Or I'm sorry, Jay and Doug.
Jug now looking at 70. Will most likely go bull for double 10. It's outside. And there it is. So your winners in this one, Jay and Doug. Unfortunately for the worst pros ever, they are eliminated from the event. But a decent showing for them. I think they didn't give themselves enough credit when they were signing up. But we will step away and be right back in just a second. Okay, we are back. Sorry about the delayed stream there. We were waiting on one match to get done to bring you the king seat. So this is the king seat match. We've got Team Super Darts of Dustin Holt and Ian Hansen taking on the team of Ryan Wild and Brett Frye, otherwise known as Let's Go Brandon. So we got Ryan here at the board. Looks like he won the court and the right to go first. He's in straight away.
Oh, almost the perfect start for the chosen double there from Ryan. We saw Dustin and Ian a couple of times here at the beginning of the day. Dustin does start with that perfect start for the chosen double.
So Breck now at the board. Looks like double 19 is the double of choice. Ian in straight away as well.
So already in this king seat match, we see a really nice pace from each of the players as the board flips over. Very good groupings on that bullseye.
Yeah, I think it's pretty clear to see why these are the two teams battling in the king seat match. I know it's early on, but certainly showing the form so far. As Breck puts in a 150. Staying with his partner. Both of them on 256 through 6. Ian got a little bit of catching up to do.
Yeah, this is one of those matches that, early doors, there's really no reason why we wouldn't go to a fifth leg decider, because that start is going to be very, very important.
Ooh, and a slack turn there from Ryan.
Yeah, just as I say that. a lot of puzzle pieces to fit in, but could spell an opportunity for Dustin. And there's one of the puzzle pieces right there. Nice 150 follow. First to the out.
And neither Breck nor Ryan on a finish. So as long as Ian can make sure that Dustin isn't froze, they should get the leg here.
Is going to need 3 triples. At least one. Ryan well aware of the situation there. Knows that that miss is going to open up an opportunity for Dustin. So just as quick as I talked about everybody winning from going first, I want to see Dustin here potentially get this first leg from the 2 hole.
And Dustin taking a path that only allowed him one dart at the finish. A little surprised by that.
Yeah, I mean, he got to pick his double from there, but
Yeah, still think I'd take my chances on hitting the triple 20 to give myself 2 times the opportunity of hitting the double. Ian really just needs to pile something in. That will be enough for Ryan to make sure he freezes.
Probably see a double 14, a double 15 coming in. There it is. Dustin pushes off after that first dart. Oh, and a burst score.
Knew it when he threw it.
All kinds of options here.
Well, and we talked about it earlier. Typically, if you're going to win from a game where you were frozen, it's going to be the player that was responsible for the freeze that has to take it out. So can Ian pull this one out of the fire with a 121 finish?
Well, and honestly, we just look at the two bulls.
Wow, and that is what he's going to do.
For the freeze, can't bust.
So he just made sure that his partner gets a shot. Little surprised he even threw the last dart.
Yeah, honestly, that was the nerviest dart to be thrown.
So Ryan's going to try to leave 4. And he does.
With it. Oh, I thought he hit the double 8.
So double 2 now for Dustin to take game number 1. And he gets there in the end. A bit of a steal there for Dustin and Ian.
But the top bracket leads the bottom bracket 1-0.
And Ryan to lead us out once again. Ryan, one of the few players I've ever seen with jewelry on the throwing hand.
At least from this country.
That's true. Yeah, I know that I can't do it.
Especially a bracelet that would move back and forth. All 4 players in within the first 2 darts. So off and running.
Ryan trying to remain perfect in this leg. Dustin going to stay right with him. So both players captaining their team to a perfect 6-dart start. And this is about exactly what we saw in the last leg. Ryan had a very strong leg going, and then all of a sudden, out of the blue, one bad turn, and everything kind of flipped.
Not quite the punishment we saw from Dustin the last time. But here we see Breck falling off.
This is best 3 out of 5. So not a must-win leg here for Ryan and Breck, but to go down 2-0 in this format is almost a death sentence. Oh, looks like the board may have registered that dart incorrectly. So we will correct the dart.
Did have 2 bowls.
And one more dart to freeze. Great shot there from Ian. Especially given the break in momentum.
Yeah, twice now in both of the legs, Ian comes up with a big hat trick. Or a freeze in a big spot.
Want to wait for Dustin. Double top now. Oh, he snatches it low. No worry though, as he knows he'll be back.
Ian's going to go after this 154.
Why not?
Oh, he falls just short. Great shot by him. Just wanted to keep Dustin honest.
So triple 11 to leave 4. No. Not sure what he's going at here. Oh, electing to leave 2. Double 10 now for Dustin to take a 2-0 lead. There she is. So early doors, Team Super Darts starting to pull away.
Yeah, if there was ever any pressure on going first, it's your third time with no W's to speak of. And we see previously not a whole lot of issues getting in, and Ryan unable to start here. forced error now from Super Darts. And Dustin gonna do what Dustin does. Get that 1-3-2 start again. Again, want to thank everyone for joining us for this Bull Shooter regional coverage. They are in New York, beautiful Niagara Falls area. Dropped the link earlier, but if you were in the market for some darting swag, please feel free to head over to spider360.com for all the latest and greatest in Bull Shooter apparel, glassware, underwear, drinking cups, whatever you may need.
Dustin once again, perfect through 6. Ian gonna hang right with him. Also perfect through 6. So really putting on a display here is Team Super Darts.
Yeah, laying down a marker, winning this king seat match, potentially 3-0, is definitely going to weigh on the minds of Breck and Ryan if they do have the opportunity to come back.
Well, and honestly, it's the fashion in which they're doing it. I mean, not missing anything, really.
I'm interested to see how Dustin shoots this 100 again. See if anything changes with the setting.
Well, given the circumstance, maybe he was right to go Bull first start. At least that way he did guarantee himself a dart at the double. But nothing hurt here, as Team Super Darts is way ahead in this leg.
If Ian Hansen can close this out. And there it is, double 16 for the 3-0 victory in the king seat match here in the pro event at the Bull Shooter Regional in Niagara Falls, New York. Your winners, Ian Hansen and Dustin Holt, Team Super Darts. We should have that third place match up next, and following with the final. So stick around. And again, in the meantime, I'll drop the link in the chat. Check out spider360.com for all your latest and greatest bull shooter swag. So here we're looking at board 2, just to keep everybody up to date. We're watching Fat Kyle. see Doug getting us started there. See him ringing the bell after the 132 start.
This is the loser takes fourth place match. The winner of this will take on the team we saw losing the king seat match of Ryan Weil and Breck Frye.
So if you're Ryan and Breck, you're waiting for the winner of this match, but you just lost the king seat match 3-0. Are you sitting down, collecting yourself? Are you up practicing? What's your mindset as you wait for this match?
Honestly, I think it depends on how I was feeling in that match. Like, if I was playing well, I think I can afford to take a quick little break, rest the legs, come back, and I'll be all right. If I was struggling, I would want to get to the board and figure it out as quickly as possible.
And it looked to me that Ryan's first 6 or so darts in each of those legs was very good, and then there was just a distinct drop off from his side. So
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
If that's anything that he can actually work on in the break.
Doug continuing to be strong. Even
Doug,
69.
very steady right now.
Jeremy unable to find the bull. Only 31 points for that round.
So some freeze issues have definitely hurt this team, but no danger here. We see Jay there again with the low ton.
Yeah, I'd be very surprised if Jay and Doug don't win this leg. Doug hasn't missed a dart yet. Looking at 69. 45 for double 12. There it is. 11 dart leg there for Doug Bohm. Kicking things off untouched.
So Jeremy now trying to get their campaign started.
Well, and given the leg you just saw out of Doug, you got to expect to have to play well. That's going to add some pressure. The streak continues.
Yeah, another great shot there from Doug.
Alex going to follow with a 132 of his own. All 4 players in this game. Only 1 dart missed in the first round.
Yeah, we're seeing that standard that we were talking about earlier kind of grow throughout the throughout the late morning and early afternoon here.
Ooh.
Finally, Doug has chosen to miss twice. I can only assume that
What
he
was that?
chose
15
to
in
miss.
a row?
It was. 15 darts hitting what he was aiming at there.
Jay able to find a bullseye. Scoring 86. Jeremy, a high man right now, needs to put in a big shot. He's only going to find one. So big opportunity now for Doug to be the first one to a finish.
Doug looking like he's up for the task. Two missed and back on for 3 perfect. Alex will use a ton. See Doug getting excited back there as Jay finds those bullseyes. And Jeremy is not hitting at the right times here.
Doug looking at a 148 to take the match. Well, 20 now for double 19. Just barely misses into the triple one. Still leaves the double 19. So Alex with a solid ton to finish. Could be triple 20. Double 15 now. Oh, and he misses outside. These next 6 darts will be critical to this leg. We either play freeze their opponent. It's 2. If Jeremy can put in all 3, he will freeze. Not going to happen now. So Doug will come up looking at 38.
For the match, 2 straight. Doug Bohm. There it is, your winners. We bull out. Going to take on Ryan and Breck in the loser takes third match. So lots more darts to come here in the pro event at the Niagara Falls Bull Shooter. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with that match.
Okay, we're back. We've got our loser takes third place match. From one side, we've got Doug Bohm and Jay Mckenzie taking on Ryan Weil and Breck Frye. This is loser side, so it will be best 2 out of 3. Double in, double out. Bull. Doug, we just saw in the fourth place match, I think out of 24 darts, he may have only missed 3. And he's right back in with a 132 open.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right. Obviously, Ryan and Breck, the most recent to have faced off against Dustin and Ian. But both these teams have tasted defeat at the hands of Super Darts in this event.
Yeah, for Doug and Jay, they lost the very first match to Team Super Darts and had to battle all the way through the loser side. So they've taken the long journey. Whereas Ryan and Breck, this is their first match in the loser side.
Well, we talked a little bit about it in that last match, but it'll be interesting to see how Breck and Ryan play after getting that first loss. But I tell you, I thought Doug was again 6 perfect. I was gonna say if Doug's just not gonna miss for 2 or 3 legs again, it may be a short order.
Well, in all honesty, it's similar to what Dustin Holt's been doing to everybody all day as well. So yeah, I know the first match, it appeared to be the case that Jay freezing Doug was the difference in the match. Um, I'd almost like to see, not to pick sides or anything, but a Doug versus Dustin rematch. I think could spell for a very good match. But I guarantee you, Breck and Ryan will have something to say about that. There you see Breck putting in a hat trick. And honestly, Jay, perfect through 6 so far. He's the low man on the board.
Yeah, picking it up. And we said it when we were watching the King seat match. I mean, it was very one sided, but I thought we were watching the best 2 teams in the event. And I think honestly, what we've seen is we're probably watching the best 3 teams battle it out here at the back end. Now, no offense to anyone, we obviously didn't get to see everyone play, but just as far as consistency and progression, it really seems to be the way it's straightened up.
Well, in the day, I don't think there can be another case made, honestly. Um, Especially when you see darts like this, Jay perfect through 9. And I think it's what we talked about, that as the players start to build a rhythm, they will start putting in these big shots with more consistency.
So Doug and Jay are just going to have a quick chat. Doug does have a pretty straightforward chance to freeze here.
Yeah, I'm guessing that was if I hit 2, do I move to set up a double, or do I just put in the hat trick and not worry about it? So 138 now for Ryan, but he is frozen. So again, that freeze rule coming into play. Good leave. Finding that triple 20 to leave double 4. Jay, 69.
Well, Gardner on his own. So Ryan going to get us started here in the second leg. And again, after a great run, Ryan and Breck may be out after 5 legs. A 3-0 loss in the King Seat match, and maybe on the cards for a 2-0 loss here in the third place match.
Yeah, to run through the winner's side and then lose 5 straight to be ousted. That would be a pretty tough pill to swallow, but Ryan not having it. Opens with a 132.
I'm glad I did, and I almost jokingly said, so does Doug. Before he even threw a dart. That's how consistent he has been on that start thus far. He does go wayward into the 7. Breck gets it started with his honorary double 19. And Jay, after only missing 1 dart in the last leg, will look to repeat.
Ryan with the early lead in leg number 2.
You can definitely tell with the banter back behind there that everybody's very comfortable with one another. Not the first time all of these guys have played with and or against one another.
Breck gonna find a low ton to stay competitive in the leg. Really just needs to hang with the other team, considering how good of a leg Ryan's putting in. Oh, and Ryan, a slack turn there, as he only manages 1 bull. Seems like that third visit for Ryan has been by far his worst from everything we've seen on the stream.
Oh, and he gets a reprieve there from Doug. But no, you're exactly right. I mean, we've commented on it at least the 3 legs of the King Seat match, and here we saw it again where he's cruising along, and just hits that 7, 8, 9 dart wall. This 131 is clear. Should start with a bull. Perhaps a triple 19 for double 12.
Maybe going 45 for 36.
And he stepped off to the right.
Should be back at the bull. Leave double 8. No, he went for the 54.
Very interesting.
Yeah, it's 4 points less, but I'm not sure that the risk reward is worth it. Dog only gonna hit 2, leaving 122.
So, Jason can get the 74. Nice
Good shot there
action.
from Jason.
Yeah, no opportunity to freeze there from Jason. But Ryan here to take us to a deciding leg.
A lot of pressure on this start now. Gotta feel like this is a hit it or lose dart. Yeah. Very unfortunate there for Ryan. Because now, given the point situation of the other 3 players, I'd say even if Doug doesn't take this out, Ryan's not going to get another look. But Doug looking at double 11, and there it is. Your winners in this one, Doug and Jay. Finishing in 3rd place is Breck Frye and Ryan Weil. We will have that final match coming up very shortly. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Alrighty, we are back. We've got a final of the Pro Doubles 501. Coming out of the loser side, we've got Doug Bohm and Jay Mckenzie. And undefeated so far on the day. From the winner's side, we've got Dustin Holt and Ian Hansen. So this will be the winner's side format. That's 3 out of 5. 501 double in, double out with a full bull. We see Doug Bohm there kick us off with a 132 open. Dustin looking to follow. Well, and I would argue that Jay, of anyone, wants redemption. Because this is the team they played the very first round, and he froze his partner multiple times. And just to keep everyone posted, immediately following this match, we will go to the women's final. So yeah, every event over in Niagara Falls, New York, winding down here in the morning. Well, every morning event, I should say. So this is the pro doubles. We've got the women's doubles as well as the men's open. Ian struggled to get in. We need to open with a big shot here. Does manage to find 2 bulls. Well, and it's an uphill battle to double dip this team, that's for sure. I will say, to this point, early doors, Doug and Jay seem to have the game to be up for the task, but don't be surprised if Ian doesn't wake up a bit and we see the standard Dustin Holt that we're used to seeing. Ian and Dustin have been sitting for a little while, so maybe a little bit of rust to kick off for Ian. It just took him about 6 darts, and there he is, right back in with a hat trick. Interesting. It's a different way to shoot at 104 I hadn't seen. I'd be curious of the thought process. I mean, he just needs to get below 37. I mean, he does the job, but I think the lack of the use of the bull there was probably the issue. Yeah, put a lot of pressure on his third dart is what he done. Jay gonna make sure that, well, he almost makes sure. But now, a couple of bulls and a triple, and Ian can freeze. think they did the math. They got it squared away. Ian knows exactly what he needs. So should be looking for 2 bullseyes to start. And that's a mistake. I mean, he still would have needed 1 triple and 2 bulls no matter the order, but you got to feel that the first start would have been easier at the bull. Oh, well, it's all for nothing as Doug takes leg number 1. We've seen a lot of those today. Follows it well as well. Big hat trick there from Dustin. Remain perfect through 6. He's going to try to stay on his heels. Cut. Yeah, it just opens the door just that little bit to get Jay even with Ian. So now Dustin's got to be looking at this as he has to go out in 6. Gonna put in a hat trick. Ian doing a great job here, putting a lot of pressure on Jason to follow him. Essentially what Ian said is no matter what, my partner will get a look. And if you don't hit a hat trick, your partner won't. Now, even with the 115, if Dustin doesn't take it out, he just needs to leave 40 or less to guarantee that Doug doesn't get a look at the 119. Well, this might make it interesting. Again. Wow. Gonna get a dart. Oh, and he snatched it low. Yeah, closer to the triple than the double. It has to be said. So Ian and Dustin gonna talk about it. You know, it's hard to say. I would probably tell Ian to walk up there and put me a hat trick in the board. Guarantee me a shot, and I promise I'll do my job. If I'm Dustin, that's what I'm telling him. That's probably enough. Jason does have a decision to make. If he goes 180, he can freeze. Or he can go 150. Well, even 150, he may end up being frozen. Doug would. So, yeah, I think you go for the 180. Go for broke. 62 remaining for Dustin. Really no pressure, as he knows Doug is frozen. Full to leave double six. Not going to happen. So 48. And he busts it. And there you see the score from Jason really costing them now, as Doug's not going to get a look at the 20. He'll probably throw a 16, leave 4, maybe an 18 to leave 2. And Ian will get a look at 43. Would be 11 for double 16. There it is. So we are all knotted up at one leg apiece. And Doug and Jay will have the start in leg number 3. So early doors, it's got the making of a long match. Little bit of a gift there for Doug, as he gets a double 8 out of it, going at the double 16. Honestly, that's been the story of the day for Ian. I mean, he has been a slow starter in general, but push comes to shove at the end of legs, he's putting in the big shots that are needed. Solid hat trick there from Dustin. Just trying to keep applying the pressure. $265 now for Doug. A little bit of a lead. Could have elected to switch off. Yeah, could have elected to switch off there. Oh, looks like that dart didn't register. He's going to need to tap it. It's only a 1. Doesn't exactly matter. Gonna put in a hat trick to leave 50. Another good shot from him. A little bit of pressure here on Jason. Bring it down, make sure he doesn't freeze. And that'll be enough. So double 12 to take a 2-1 lead. Double 6 now. Slides to the right. Ooh, just inside. Double 3. Nobody's favorite. Well, the good news is Dustin cannot finish the game. He is frozen. The bad news is you left 3. Dustin will bring it down. 48 to leave 2. And now the pressure's on Jay. Oh, and he snatched that one. A 114 now for Ian. May just elect to go bull for double 7. Can't say I'd argue with it. Yeah, he's going to get a look. Well, actually, he's looking at the freeze. I think he's looking to freeze. Well, he started going right. So 3. 1 for double 1. Well, again, nothing hurt. Because Ian didn't make sure that he at least hit a single 7. Jay not even going to set the board up. He's just going to collect his darts and walk away. Wow, and the first slack open we've seen from Dustin so far. Good job. The commentator's curse is not always bad. On Dustin's first turn, he was so mad that he didn't get a 132 finish. He didn't even try on the next 2 so that he could get a 132 on his second turn. Doug gonna put in a 104. Keep that lead in the leg. And Dustin gonna put in a hat trick as well. Yeah, it makes it tougher. Cannot use the bull. Dustin only gonna put in a 112. So 155 now for Doug to take match number 1. Likes to go for the triple 19 first. Hits a single, so now a couple of bulls to leave double 18. And this is where Ian has come up so big. So he only hits 2 this time. A hat trick from Jay, and Dustin will be froze. Not gonna happen now. He does do enough to give his partner a shot if Dustin misses the 107, though. A lot of pressure on this 107 for Dustin. One dart, double top. And he whacks it dead center. So Doug and Jason will have the start here in leg number 5. Again, setting this up. If Doug and Jason win it, we'll erase the scoreboard, do it all over again. If Dustin and Ian win it, it is over and they are your champions. Yeah, I don't know that anyone could have called that. Given the way that Doug's played so far today, I did not see that coming. So Jason now in a big spot, going to need to pick up his partner. Doug almost resigned to his fate. Seemed to throw him away there. And Jay's still unable to get in. This leg, pretty well inevitable that it's going to go the way of Dustin and Ian. Team Super Darts. Dustin looking to go out in style. Ian just plugging along, doing enough. $32 now for Dustin. There it is. So your winners in this one officially, finally, Dustin Holt and Ian Hansen. Your runners up, Jay Mckenzie and Doug Bohm. So as we said earlier, we should be getting the ladies doubles final immediately following this. So we will step away for just a second, but you don't go anywhere, as we should have that very soon. Test.
I'm testing my microphone.
Volume test. Volume check. Test.
Testing the microphone.
Hey. All right, we are back. Do apologize for the delay, and we're gonna need your help with names, but this should be the men's open doubles final. Not sure which of these teams is from the king seat side or who's who, but we will get through it together. So the format here is 501, open in, open out with a 50-point bull. The chat gave me. Solid hat trick there. Pulling back with the field.
I apologize. I'm unfamiliar, but this gentleman took out a couple of nice outs in the loser takes third match.
Okay, so that at least tells us who came out of the loser's side. So you're saying it was the tall gentleman?
Yes.
Okay. So he and his partner then should have to double dip. I think I just read Corporate Ken on the back of the blue shirt in the background.
That would make this gentleman Ed.
Ed Levesque.
We'll get there.
Ken Gossel? I'll just say Ken. So, yes, thank you guys for that. So that is the team coming out of the loser's side. From the winner's side, we still need it would be Team Coast to Coast. And I do have names. It's Jeff Johnson and Bill Welcome. Now we just need to know who's who.
Jeff and Bill.
Jeff and Bill.
Double 11 for Ken. There it is. Nice 1-2-2 finish.
bell, too.
Yes.
Now, I don't know if this is 2 out of 3 or 3 out of 5. I'm guessing that they had enough teams in the Open to just do 2 out of 3. Typically, the amount of entries determines the format. Ed only able to find one. So I think the back of that shirt just said Billy. Does that add up?
Bill red, Jeff blue.
Bill, welcome. So then the gentleman in the D hat should be Jeff Johnson. All right, I think you got there. So this is Jeff.
And Jeff and Bill have the king seat.
Bill only able to find one bull.
Ken lagging a little bit after the big 1-2-2 finish in the first leg. Unable to find a bull here, so sounds a freeze rule coming into play here.
And Jeff just looking to run away with it. Not even worry about the freeze rule. See if Ed can put himself in the mix. Pretty sure this is open out. Surprised he didn't switch to a triple there. A big triple would have left a 3-triple finish. Ooh. And an opening from Bill. Let's Ken in there.
Ken making the most of it.
Board misregisters a 20 for that bull. So he's going to correct it. Another solid shot from Jeff. Setting himself up on 74.
Some frustrations there from Ed. Ken needing to do work here and does. 74 doesn't go away.
Answers the bell, giving Ed a chance if Jeff does falter here. But he doesn't. Nice and clean. He throws his hands up. So we're all tied up at one leg apiece. And it looks like it will be a cork.
It looks to be just outside. Maybe a tie? Yeah.
So Jeff and Bill will have the start. Again, they are in the winner's side. So if they win this leg, it is over and they are your champions. If Ed and Ken win this leg, we will do it all over again. Very good start there from Jeff.
Ed steps over to the side and finds a hat trick of his own.
Oh,
look at this. Beer round for Ken.
Yeah, really putting the pressure on Ken here.
Ken looking like he was going to answer and unable to find it on dart 2 and 3. Ed may need to stay perfect here. He didn't get a sniff in this leg. He's not going to do it.
Bill gonna let off the gas too.
So if we just flip-flop some turns, if now Ed and Ken can turn it on, we get some slack turns from the other side. Doesn't seem to be the course here. Jeff played very solid thus far. Not a lot of signs of that stopping.
No, 126 after 9 darts. Pretty solid leg. You gotta think that Ed needs a hat trick here. Doesn't leave a finish. But he's gonna need some help.
And it's really out of Ed and Ken's hands at the moment. However, a no bull turn from Bill.
Yeah, I mean, a big shot out of Ken. and then not taking it out from Jeff. And Ed and Ken could be back in this leg. Gotta think Ken needs at least 2 bulls, though. He's only going to come away with 1. So a 126 finish here for Jeff to clean this up and take the title. Well, that's an unfortunate miss. So no finish now. Still looking to bring it down. Good shot from Ed. Applying some pressure to Bill.
No bulls last time at the board. He finds 2 this time. See Ed take a walk. I think he thinks it's over.
Well, you gotta make them earn it. So this 56 has to go away or Ed will get a look. Bull for the 6. What an interesting way to shoot it, but Jeff gets it done. So your champions in this one, coast to coast, Jeff Johnson and Bill Welcome. Your runners up, Ed and Ken. We'll stay with the celebrations here for a moment. This will wrap up our morning session, though. We do have the mixed triples to come, so we're once they're done taking pictures and everything, we will refresh the stream. And stay tuned for the notifications if you don't have them turned them on. We will be back with mixed triples.